regarding internal investigation regarding allegations against the city manager in executive session anticipated.
Pursuant to Chapter 6, Article 9A, Section 4 of the West Virginia Code, I move the council adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel matters and the following persons be present: Mayor and members of Clarksburg City Council, and further reserving the right to call other persons into executive session as necessary.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Executive
So we just needed to know. We just sat here like, why did we do? It was just drama.
I'll come back in your mailbox tomorrow night, so there's a call home.
Convene, have a motion.
Make a motion. We return from executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we'll go into,
Regular session.
Make a motion. We adjourn.
Second.
make a motion for,
To adjourn. Second.
yeah, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Now we go into the other special meeting, work session. Let's do this one first. We're done, huh?
Last time, which
Put your glasses on. Now we're going into this one.
Oh.
Do you want to start with that one
No.
first? No? Okay.
Tried to tell him to start.
Well,
Because if you guys want to leave, there's a deadline on the schools, the 22nd.
Well, that's also on tomorrow nights though.
That's a good point, actually.
See, you were just testing me to see if I've read my agendas. I have.
First time for everything.
Shut up. Mark.
Jason, you gonna share that candy? You're gonna sit there and eat it all by yourself?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yes, the schools are on. You don't have to put that on, as long as it's on the agenda.
I need one.
Executive session. Got one in my car. You can call executive
Mine's
session
good.
to
Can you go get it,
economic
please?
development as long as it's
I
on
can
the
go get
agenda. You can put executive session anticipated.
On call, bro.
But you don't have to. Councilmember Deems,
Here.
Councilmember Howe,
Still present.
Councilmember Hyman,
I'm present as well.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember Worth,
Here.
Vice Mayor Riffle,
Here.
Mayor Malpachetti.
Here.
Discussion regarding Connected Clarksburg, a framework for neighborhood enhancement, community outreach, and engagement. Did you just want to do the three proposals?
Yeah. Our Vice Mayor Riffle, Councilman Jackson, and myself, we got presented this document in October. All council did, and we spoke after the last meeting and decided that, especially considering the issue with the fire in Northview, and really a desire to try and deal with code in the city, that this would be a good time to start talking. And I asked Council or City Manager Fell to come up with some options that we could discuss about addressing code and addressing some of the issues that we see in our city.
Okay, so council, there's three proposals here. I'm passing out the third one.
We've talked about these before around the council table and in work sessions. So when we switched, when we redesignated the schools to R2, Councilmember Worth
Yeah, that's
had
right.
asked that we do the same for, well, I suggested we do the same for all neighborhoods. He asked, can we make it fair for all neighborhoods? So this proposal is to change the designation in every neighborhood to R1. That coincides with the other proposal I gave you, which is the rental property proposal. So what we're struggling with a lot in the city is our rental properties. So that will stop any more homes from being changed into multi-unit rentals. So you can still buy a home and change it to a single-family dwelling rental, but you won't be able to change it to a multi-unit rental without approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And what that will do is that will help us move forward with this rental property proposal. So we've identified 943 rental properties in the city, and that is just the single-family dwelling structure itself. So if there's 2 rentals in there, 3, 4, or 5 rentals in those homes, we're assuming, and we don't have this document, we contacted the county, they didn't have a number either. We're looking around 1,240-ish. That could plus or minus in either way, but not by too much. So we have a lot of rentals in the city, and we need to start doing our inspections. I propose that we actually have an initial inspection fee of $150 per unit in the first year to cover the creation of records verification and life safety and habit standards to live in, and the issuance of a certificate, use, and occupancy where applicable. This fee includes a one-time inspection, 1 return visit to ensure that anything identified in code is taken care of. Any additional visits after that would be $30 per visit. Every year after that, every second year, you have your normal $50 inspection fee. And this is really to deal with a lot of the issues that I've heard from council and the public in regards to not all, but some of the owners of these properties in Clarksburg. We need to make sure that we have a robust database to be able to deal with our rentals in the city. 37% of our city has rental properties of everything that's here. I believe it's higher than that. We're going to be done this. I think we're going to be closer to about 40 to 45%, which is a high rate. So those 2 proposals sort of going hand in hand. I did chat with Councilmember Deems about them. He asked me to draft them and bring them to council. And then once we're done discussing those, I'll go over the legislation piece that I've drafted.
So our problem really isn't landlord. I mean, to be blunt with it, slumlords. That's the issue. That's the word. Everybody knows what slumlords are the problem. You can be bad at your business and it's not too many businesses out there you can be bad at and be successful at. Slumlords can be bad at their job, have a horrible place to live, and still make money. So we are just infested with slumlords, and we don't want to deter any other of the good landlords out there. There's several good ones that we have out there that do it right. It's the slumlords the problem. So, I mean, it's been a problem for a while, and I've talked about it myself for a while, and I know all council members have. So we're finally jumping on this. So I appreciate everybody putting this together. And
what's the current fee, inspection fee, the initial inspection fee?
I believe it's $20. So this was written, sorry to interrupt, this was written to be cost recovery. So what I didn't want to happen is the rest of the tax base to be paying for these inspections. So by increasing the fee, the people who are paying for those inspections are the people who own those properties. And then obviously the rate goes back down lower. So that fee in a year, now we may not be able to get through 943 inspections in a year, but we're going to try our best. That generates approximately $186,000. That will help us to create the record management system, administrative expenses, enforcement, and compliant actions, including increased legal fees, because there will be some legal fees incurred moving forward with this. In the end, what we want is we want to have safe, especially safe and functional rentals for people who choose to live in rentals. One of the biggest issues we also face with rentals is availability of parking. So we do get quite a bit of complaints in the city from, there's houses that are turned into 3 or 4 unit apartments, and there's only street parking, and if everybody in each apartment has 2 cars, all of a sudden a single family dwelling that would probably use 2 spots now needs 8 spots on the street.
Is there a way, one thing I've always, and I haven't got to go through this as thoroughly as I wanted to, but I think the repeat offenders, the ones that code enforcement are always on getting complaints about, I would like for us to have a sliding scale for us. Just, if you don't have violations consistently, if you're not consistently, that you do not have to pay as much as those that are the ones that are the issue.
Okay.
I mean, because there's great landlords out there that, I mean, you move in and you can eat off the floor. Like, I mean, there's some good ones out there.
There are.
I don't want to penalize them in a way, so I would like for it to slide to where it's, I mean, which ones are having the violations, which ones are not enforcing the trash out front, which ones are not enforcing what needs to be done. I don't want to penalize the good landlords. I just
Well,
don't.
the thing that I think we're missing here, we keep talking about rental properties. We need to look at all properties. It's not just landlords out here. We have people who own their properties out here and they're not maintaining their properties. So, they can't be exempt. This doesn't need to be focused just on the rentals. The rentals are a big issue, but we have properties out here. I've got somebody that lives close to me and their property is a hot mess. So, the first thing everybody wants to say is, well, code enforcement needs, because I assume that code will be doing these inspections. So, one of the things that we need to look at is we can go out and continue doing the same thing we've been doing. They write these NOVs and they fine individuals, and then what? We have no way to enforce the collection of those fines. There's nothing that we can do. So we need to make sure that we put a mechanism in place so that we're able to collect those fines that we levy on individuals, because you put a lien on the individual's property, they don't sell it, it just sits there. It's like, okay, well, I got a lien on my property. So, we need to start looking at some other avenues to how are we going to actually collect this? Because until individuals realize that we've got some teeth in this code enforcement ordinance that we push, then you know what? What's the incentive? What's going to cause these individuals to all of a sudden want to start paying these fines?
So I think that's a good time to explain this piece while we continue this. So this is a piece of legislation, and I've talked to council about this before. I think we should advocate through the West Virginia League of Cities and to our state representatives. What this does is unpaid code enforcement fines, penalties, fire fees, nuisance abatement costs, demo fees, they can be put onto your property taxes. And it sounds like a very new idea, but right now, the people who are being penalized for those who aren't paying their bills are those who are keeping upkeep with their yard, are upkeeping their home, are paying their taxes, because those people are subsidizing our public works and sanitary to go take care of homes, whether it be owner occupied or a rental facility. It's those people that are following the rules that are actually having to pay for these bad actors. And a lot of them, maybe not a lot, some of them live out of state. They've bought a house and they're using to leverage to take out loans. Sometimes they are landlords. Sometimes they are owner occupied. So if you get pulled over and you have no license, no insurance, and your car gets towed, you have to pay the tow fee, you have to pay your license fee, you have to get insurance, you have to pay that. We're not given a mechanism to do that. If you don't pay your property taxes, there's a mechanism for the county to deal with that so they can bring their property taxes in. There is no mechanism for us in the city to do that. That's why I thought this would be a good proposal to bring forward.
And I've had a couple of conversations with some individuals. I've spoken to one of our delegates, and one of the things that someone threw out to me was something called an abstract judgment, where that if we have individuals who own multiple properties and this individual gets fined on this property, then instead of putting this lien on, we put on an abstract judgment. We have to figure out how the process is slimlined. But this way, if this individual sells any of his property or any of those assets, then basically we collect regardless of what the asset is, even if they still own that property and they decide they're not going to sell that particular property. If they have other properties, we can collect if they decide to sell off any of those assets.
One problem with that is you'll see, just going through all the taxes, you'll see a lot of individual houses with an LLC. It could be like, I don't know, use my old address, 317 Harrison Street LLC. So they'll create all these LLCs individually to make it very difficult to go after that one LLC because it's individually.
Or you make it like a shell.
Yeah.
So there are no assets.
Yeah. But that's not the case for all. But there is a lot of them out there like that. But I mean, again, yeah.
How much would the county charge to, I mean, I'm sure they're not going to do it free.
2%.
2%?
That's what's in the proposal.
2% of collected or 2% to add it because
2% of what's
of
collected.
what's collected?
Yes.
And I had another suggestion too. These fees that we do collect, because if it's inspections, if it's it's collecting fees on code violations, I would like to see those fees allocated in an escrow account just for securing properties or to go within the code enforcement department. Because we talk all the time about, abandoned properties or condemned structures. And I think if we're gonna elevate fees and stuff, that it needs to go directly towards securing those properties.
I agree, and that's why the proposal was drafted that way, so those fees pay for exactly what we're doing, so that we're not pulling it from other sources.
Yeah, I just, for a long time, and I've been on this council for 4 years now, it's just that we do fees and we just put it in the general fund,
Yeah.
and then we don't address the problems with the fees that we're charged.
So the fees go down.
General fund.
Is it too late to bring up the sales tax? This is a bad time.
Go ahead.
I was also going to add, is the $20 fee for the initial inspection, is that for every additional visit as it states down below currently?
Yes,
Okay, so anytime code goes out to inspect real property, it's $20,
yes,
and they're billed by mail?
yes.
Okay, or okay, gotcha.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Green, doesn't the fire department also have to do some of these inspections? Because isn't there an issue with making sure that there's ingress and egress in and out of certain rental properties or commercial properties? So in some of these houses, that's what you basically are getting. They take these 3-story houses and they chop them up and
Yeah, and that's what the R1 designation change stops now. We can, once this is done, we can also take the opportunity to go back and find out the ones that we have identified, were they done properly according to code compliance? And if they weren't, how do we remedy that?
So if they were never approved to exist as they are right now, we might have a remedy to
Yes.
reverse that.
As long as we had the legislation or policy in place. Some of them may have been done before council put that in place. We may not be able to do anything, but let's say we had a policy put in place at the city or a bylaw in 1990, and someone went in 1992 and put a 5-unit in a single family dwelling. There is an opportunity to perhaps deal with that because the legislation was already in place and they didn't adhere to that.
So right now, as it stands right now, if I went and bought a 3-story home on, that has 8 bedrooms, and it's currently in that state right now, I would not have to seek the blessing of the local zoning planning and zoning commission to switch that into?
Depends how it's designated. If it's R3, I believe it's 2 units. If it's R4, you can do way more units than that without, we can't see anything. And that's what we found up on Clay Street, is particularly bad. There's some just outside of the borders of downtown that didn't take parking into account. There's garbage all over the front yards because there's just too many units in a house that it was never designated for it to be that way.
Jason, could you give us an update on the mapping and kind of just explain some of the meetings that you guys have had with the county and kind of just tell Rustic Council a little bit about that? And I mean, then I can kind of explain what I hope to see out of it, which we've discussed it.
A couple things that have been being worked on in the hindsight of everything going on. I've worked with the county, Mike Pisano at the county level, who's their GIS mapping coordinator, and we've been trying to come up with a way to do a heat map for our different residential areas that are showing increased code violations, whether it be grass, vacant vehicles, trash occurrences, and the more code violations that we would get, the change of the color would happen in that heat map. So we've been working with Mr. Pisano trying to get that accomplished. And in the meantime, our GIS has changed where their servers are coming from, and that's supposed to take effect on January 1st. So if any of you guys have used in the past the Harrison County GIS map, you've noticed now that there's a new link for it. That's the reason behind that. So we have taken a small break from trying to create that map, but it's still in the process of continuing that way. Aside from that, we do have the cloud permit program that is functional right now. As an outside user, my understanding is that you should be able to zoom into a neighborhood and see if there's complaints in a certain area of that neighborhood. I'm an internal user, so I haven't been able to take the time to figure out an external account to search that as a resident should be able to.
Yeah, I think because the mapping, especially one thing you always hear is that we're very selective. But when we went down one street and found everybody, then everybody was mad. But we're trying to get away from being selective because in the past, I think we've just always seen as selective and just reactive. And I think the mapping, and I think this way is that we're not being selective. This neighborhood is changing. This street is changing. We have to get on top of it. We can start to see the heat map showing the problems before they get there, so that we can get there and prevent bigger issues from happening. And from the street value, their home values are going downhill. We can be proactive, which I know certain people hate that word and don't think government can be proactive. But if we're not being proactive, then we're going to be in the situation we're at right now.
That's correct. Under my purview previously, when I took over the code enforcement department, I attempted to get everybody to be more proactive on those notice of violations. And I think the last time I gave Ms. Fell the numbers, we were over 2,700 notice of violations. Now, the general public sees that notice of violation if they receive one and they think, oh, they're automatically getting fined, but that's not the case. That's just basically a warning saying, hey, you have this code violation that exists, let's get it fixed. So I believe currently, since I've been tracking the spreadsheet, I believe currently we're over 3,000 notice of violations that have occurred across the city.
In what time frame?
That's a little over a year.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I agree with Vice Mayor Riffle. I think that the mapping is a good addition because the idea behind these things are not. It's not to pick on anybody. It's about protecting renters. It's about protecting the people who are taking care of their properties, and it's about protecting good landlords. And so all of this is a step in the right direction of making sure that we're improving the looks of our neighborhoods, which are going to help everybody. It's going to help resale values. It's going to pull people into the city. that on top of these things, I think that the next step that we have to talk about is how do we modernize code enforcement. We have I think what we're seeing is the map is a good step forward, but we've got to talk about communication. We've got to talk about logging calls and all of those things so that we have documentation that we are responsive to people. And so City Manager Fell, I thank you for putting out these proposals. And so I think the next step is to talk about modernization of the record keeping, and we need to be focused on making sure that we are actively engaged in enforcing code. I've had a lot of people complain to me about fences. There's been trash left out for weeks at a time that haven't been picked up, haven't been notified by code enforcement or that process, and it's really frustrating. And I'll be the first to admit I gave this scenario to City Manager Fell, and I think we're all aware of this. I think we all got the email. If we are going to get people NOVs for high grass or whatever, then we as the city have to make sure that we've got our ducks in a row. We can't go out and give people NOVs for high grass, and then they come back at us and say, but you've had high grass. You had high grass at the same time that we did. And so, again, modernization, communication, I think fixes some of these issues and makes it fair. If we're going to ask people to play by these rules, then we play by these rules too.
And I just want to add to what you said, Councilmember Deems, and I want to add to that, through a question.
Sure.
And for Ms. Fell and Mr. Lane, even with modernizing code enforcement, even with the heat maps and everything, even with these efficiencies, making things more efficient, do you still think that trying to follow up on all this stuff, do you think there's a manpower issue going forward that we would need to address?
Currently, as you guys are aware, the code department is one staff member short. My spreadsheet that I have created actually calculates the follow-up time frame. If it's a grass notice violation, it's a 5-day time frame. I did actually build in a couple extra days in there to allow the U.S. mail to get to these properties and property owners. And the code officers have been trying to keep up with the follow-up dates. So their morning starts off with opening up the spreadsheet on whatever day it is and trying to figure out which areas they need to go follow up on. And a lot of those they can just drive by and it's been done by the owner. They don't have to create the work order to go to public works.
To answer your question, yes, there needs to be more.
There definitely needs to be
more employees.
These
help fund it.
Okay.
That's
And that's good, and that's what I mentioned before. It's like I just hope that these, whether these fees, these fines, whatever, are being devoted towards that. That way we can follow up on things efficiently. That way we don't have bigger issues down the road.
Well, and that's what this piece of legislation for property taxes is. There's millions owing to the city. And I'm not kidding when I say millions from people who do not pay their unpaid fees that they owe the city of Clarksburg. If we had a mechanism to get those in, and the mechanisms that are currently afforded to us by West Virginia legislature, which is putting a lien on the house or garnishing wages, doesn't do much for us at all. When people live out of state, garnishing their wages is very difficult. If they're not working and getting a paycheck where we can actually garnish those wages, or you put a lien on their house and they don't sell their house for 30 years, that does not help us with these people who are not paying their fees. That's why it's such a critical issue. We've also started to implement some new things in the code department. So we do have that new code program that we put in last year, but I've asked, Steve Police is the interim director of code while we hire somebody new, so he has 90 days to find where the inefficiencies are and address those. Just last night, I sent him an email. We're going to do a time audit every day for code, but in addition to that, when we write NOV citations, violations of any sort, we're creating a form that when it's been completed or closed out, that's going to be attached to the file and digitally filed as well. So we have a better method to track that those things are being closed out. Because right now when they're closed out, it's just done. But I would like an actual form signed off by the code officer. If they wrote a grass NOV on November 2nd, it wasn't done when they checked on the 7th. Public Works went out, cut it on the 8th, that there's a form that said it was taken care of August 9th.
You kind of threw a curveball to me there. So Mr. Police is now like interim code director?
Yes, for 90 days. I sent
Okay.
it.
So who's doing planning and development?
In which way?
I mean, I thought that's what Mr. Police wasn't he planning and development?
He's administrative projects.
Oh, okay.
Yet, so what, I'm working on those. He's still working on some of that stuff, but for now, because the construction, all the big projects we have going on, it's a lot with the snow.
Okay.
Jason is going out. I asked him to go out every morning now from 9 to 10:30. Councilmember Howe suggested we create an actual printout, so that's happening. He's going to be going out to businesses downtown and engaging with those businesses downtown. So this is the best way to identify, before bringing a new director and saying, if there is issues, which we understand that there are, fix them. Instead of coming, we want to identify them ahead of time, come up with a plan to fix them, so when the new director comes in, they know the protocols that are in place.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to know who was, during the interim, the 60 days you're talking about, who was doing what Mr. Police was going to be doing. So, because I wasn't aware of that.
So,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
and Steve, if I put you on, where's Steve? Steve. If I put you on a spot, just tell me whatever. So if Steve's the new director, interim director for code, who is he licensed by the West Virginia State Fire Marshal to be the director?
No, not yet. He has
And
to
I'd say
apply to
Steve's
put
not the
them in.
director. Because we're going to get in a bunch of issues if we go down that route. Because I think in 2020, they did re-adopt, right, under the state fire code. So I would recommend Steve not be the director if that's the case. We're in violation of the state code. Unless you have the provisional license.
Yeah.
But
it only-
Jason, do you have the provisional license now? You only issued one provisional license. So Jason has to give it up immediately, which means at that point in time, we will have no director of code until the new provisional is issued. So I would double check that very quickly and promptly with the state fire marshal to get that done. But they will not issue two director of code licenses to one entity.
This is why we have work sessions. Good job, everybody. We'll
So
get
what
together.
what would council like me to do with these three proposals?
I like it. I mean, some of the suggestions, I would definitely want the sliding scale of costs, not to penalize those that are doing it right and have been doing it right.
I would agree with that, but I think that part of what we need to be cognizant of is that we don't shrink the cost so much that we can't pay for it, right? Like the idea behind this is that it is going to be self-funding. So I agree with you, and I think there's a middle ground where we find a situation where we can find something that I'll also say I think we're going to have to define what makes a good landlord or what makes a good
I think
a good
I think
operator.
I think just violations. issued by code. And I think that slide, we're able to focus more on those that are continued violation of our code, but that will increase our revenue on that end if we have more eyes on those that are repeat offenders until they start getting it right. I
There
think
is
the
a
sliding.
sliding scale in the proposal. That's
And-
the last paragraph on the first page.
Beginning in the second year, that paragraph?
Also, I think one of the things that we need to take a good look at is, some of these rentals that we have out here are HUD housing or Section 8 housing. And they have to meet a certain standard in order to keep those houses qualified to receive those government funds. And, I think we should reach out to the housing authority to find out, which houses are, receiving those funds, to make sure that those houses are actually being kept up to the standards that are expected, as well as the city standards. And then as well, we need to look to see if there is a renter's, there's the landlord's responsibility, and then there's also the renter's responsibility. So we have to make sure that, all entities are fully aware of what their rights and what their responsibilities are as we move forward, so that we can put this out there and we can push this thing forward.
Councilman Jackson, one question.
Sure.
So, and I don't know, and hopefully you have the answer to this. Maybe someone else knows. Those agencies, are they responsible for those inspections on a yearly basis, or?
I believe the housing authority is responsible
Okay.
for HUD housing and for Section 8 housing.
Okay.
But I'll reach out because I've been in contact with the individual there
Sure.
and find out for certain. But I think that they do their own inspections on those because that's federal grant monies.
So how are they still penalized the same, whether they have trash out there? Now they might pass inspection once a year, but they still are.
So they're across from the fire hall where the towers are, the parking lot that's across the street, there's garbage going everywhere. And code went and talked to, I believe it was HUD, and said, like, we have to keep this clean. If it's not, then we will have to cite.
Who that site goes to building owner.
Yes.
So it's the same thing with a rental. If I was renting my house and I left trash on the sidewalk, trash cans on the sidewalk, the person who owned my house would get the citation and not me? Or would I get the citation because I live there?
You would get the citation because you live there, but
Okay.
because the parking lot's across the street, we don't know where the garbage is coming from.
Shouldn't it be the other way? I mean, the business. If I own a business and I hire Councilman Jackson to work there, I still own the business. And I'm still responsible for the business.
Yes, that's what I mean, like that's, you would
So the
get-
building owner is responsible,
Yes.
not the renter.
Not the,
And it should be the same with properties. The property owner should be responsible. Look,
They're the one
this is
benefiting
what we
here.
expect of you. And if you don't keep these properties up to this standard, then you'll be fine. That way, the property owner will put more pressure on the renters, hopefully,
we
unless
have,
they just.
Oh,
we
don't
have
sure.
pay
some
for it.
That's what you
pro-
want, though, right? Is that what you want it on the building owner?
No, I'm asking how it works.
we have some issues too with renters not having garbage service, and that goes on to the owner of the property. We find that.
It's when I rented in college, it was my
Yeah, there's
responsibility.
a couple buildings in particular that are very problematic.
I mean, I understand. I still think it should be on the building owner.
That's why,
It is
Okay,
on the building
Okay, I
owner.
thought you said it was the opposite.
Can we move on, gentlemen?
Sure,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
That's what we do.
Discussion regarding downtown post-construction.
So I asked city manager to put this on there. I've talked to, building owners downtown, and just things that now's a perfect time with all the construction going on, what we want to look like coming out of this, when our new streets are paved and all these things, we have signs with signage, parking. I think there's a criminal element to downtown that we have to also get over top, and it's tough. I'm always talking about like a beat officer, and it's tough for our police department to figure that out because they're always getting pulled off the beat because there's something else going on downtown, or throughout the city. So I'm constantly, saying, but I understand the issue. So I'd like to figure out a way how we can get consistent beat officers by not asking our current population of police department to figure it out with what they have, but how we as a council can come up with a creative idea to help them help us. One thing I always thought of is always talk about is, the courthouse always hires, I think, retired police officers, and they usually be able to find a lot of. I mean, maybe we can look at that route, but somehow we can find more policing downtown without impacting what we have right now, the current police department.
I'm all for, beat officers. I do believe that, we should be utilizing the police force that we have more in, out here on the beat. We don't need all of the police officers out here. If we have just one officer that moves around in the downtown area, I think that'll suffice. And, as the officers are out and they're patrolling in a community, to park their car and be out and moving around in the community, because, that presence makes a lot of difference. I remember back in the day when Raymond Mazie would come down Monticello and be down there. I think Robbie Root. There were a few different officers would come down there. Just that presence in itself made a lot of difference, and it kept some individuals from being down there. Unsavory individuals. They don't want to be around where the police are at. So,
But it's got to be consistent, and it's like that's the problem. They keep on getting pulled somewhere else, and without the consistency, they're going to go around the block, those that are violating it, and come right back down. I chase them off. I do a decent job, but sometimes I don't feel like chasing them.
With a broom.
For the broom. So I don't know if you want to speak on that, or we got to somehow come up with a creative way to. Well, we're not asking you guys to do more, but figuring that out. He's looking at me. What's he doing?
It's 9 o'clock. We'll
It's
ask
9
him tomorrow morning.
We have a beat officer that goes on the block from 10 in the morning to 3 every day as he's available. I drive the block. Chief Weber walks the beat, drives it. Just like tonight, 5 officers were on 5 different directions around 50. Sometimes it don't happen.
Yeah.
A lot of the problem in downtown, and we get calls, somebody has mental illness, or they're just walking around looking homeless, there's not much we can do, we just can't run them off the street.
But I think, and I get what you're saying. I mean, they're getting pulled other ways. The idea of maybe getting
To be honest with you, there's not that much traffic in downtown. We see that there's an issue.
What do you mean traffic?
People,
Well, but so is it maybe because we don't have the consistent policing? Not just during the day, but I'm talking about all day.
but
Like evenings?
24 hours a day. I don't understand.
No, not 24 hours a day, but I think heavy policing, at least from the morning until evening when businesses. Now, we have this vision of our new downtown, more people living downtown. I think it becomes, if we want more to come downtown, we have to be there first. Not wait until the business comes and then we put people there. I think we're going to get traction, but we got to do it the other way.
Yeah, but also not just in the downtown area, but out in the neighborhoods, because if you put police officers in the downtown area and the individuals who are normally down here walking around, basically the first thing they're going to do is they're going to move out into the neighborhoods. So, individuals driving around patrolling into a neighborhood, I don't see where the harm is to stop your cruiser, get out of your vehicle, and just move around in the neighborhood a little bit. That could be the difference between, little old Mrs. Jones, who's normally out there sweeping her porch.
I can have that done, but you also got to understand, on evening shift, for instance, answer 2,000, 2,500 calls a month. It's hard for them to get in the neighborhood, get out, walk around, and we're jumping from call to call.
Well, these guys are 25 years old. I mean, at 25 years old, they should be able to sprint. Maybe we just need to get them some Nikes.
So if I may, Chief, have a seat. You look tired. If I may, I mean, I think we've talked about these issues for 50 years, I think, in this city, but I think we're talking about post-construction. So let's get the issue about, the businesses planning, things like that, what we want to do after help businesses. I think that's the point of the conversation.
Yeah,
that we're
please.
supposed to be having. But we talked about the police for 30 years now. I mean, we understand the beat, we understand the officers in the neighborhoods, then they got to get in their car, then they got to race up to East Point, New Point, because they have 6 calls up there, then they got to come back, and then there's a wreck. I mean, this is an ongoing conversation. But I'm going to, go ahead. Well, I'll turn it over to Wayne here, Councilman Worth, and let him speak, because I think he's got a good idea, and it pertains to downtown post-construction, during construction, and I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Well, we talk about downtown development every year since I've been on council. And I get tired of talking about it and tired of seeing the same results. So I'm gonna throw this proposal out, that within the central business district, within the boundaries of the central business district, it's a B&O tax-free zone for every business. I mean, you have businesses struggling, with this construction in downtown. And I think afterwards, if you want to see some growth in your downtown, you got to start giving your downtown business owners some incentives. I don't see a whole lot of that happening. So what I suggest is that we look in our budget, we figure out what the boundaries of the central business district is. We figure out in our budget coming in February how much revenue we may lose from that. And I think even if you do lose revenue on the B&O tax, if you bring businesses in and they're a retail business, you get the 1% sales tax on the back end. If they're a professional business like a law firm or a CPA firm, well, if they employ 7 to 10 employees, and you bring 3 of them in here, well, guess what? We have about 30 employees that are walking through the streets at noon. But the thing is, if you want growth, we got to provide incentives. When East Point was built and Walmart was built, we gave them free B&O tax for 10 years. And then when they expanded, we gave them for another 10 years. I don't see why we can't do that in the downtown. I don't see why we can't support our current businesses who are struggling with just something as simple as that. So that's my proposal.
Do you have numbers? Do you have any ballpark, anything?
That's why we need to figure out what the central business district boundaries are, and we need to.
I'm just asking because you brought it up. That's why I thought maybe you might have looked into it.
Idea. I was under the impression that we have a step B&O tax program, and I've been told at least 3 or 4 times in my time on council, it's one of the most competitive ones in the state. To my knowledge, it's stepped up in the years you do business. Can correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I've been told. I don't know if she's still here, but
it's not
like you start off, you get such a percentage off, and as years go by, okay.
No, but there's 3 different B&O rates depending on where your business falls. It's like 0.75, 1%, and 2%. Is that the right?
What type of business?
Yeah. That's how it depends on what type of business it is.
And
I just think
it's
we-
not step
but
by year. I'm sorry.
I do think that if council wants to do that, it needs to be businesses that are going to create foot traffic. So retail type businesses. So Maya's, Bluebird, Kelly's 2.0, tanning salons, tattoo shops, Sudsbury. I actually created a list. Those are the business, and not chains, but individual small business owners that live and work in the city of, well, they don't.
Why couldn't it be the professional services too? Because they have employees.
Because
that-
a
And
lot
they
of,
support the retail.
And they
because
support the retail.
a lot of those businesses are done telemarketing, online, People aren't actually coming down. You can do a lot of that work over the internet, but the ones that are actually bringing people in, these retail stores are critically important to downtown. Jerry asked me, or sorry, Councilmember Riffle asked me about 6 weeks ago to draft a proposal for a grant program for specifically the downtown district businesses. That proposal has been drafted, and it's a grant, it's a one-time grant program, and it actually provides more funding upfront, which is what they need now. They don't want a wave of B&Os because right now they're being impacted by construction. I have that proposal drafted for council. I have a way to fund it without going into the general fund. And Councilmember Deems asked me to put it on the next agenda, and it will be on the next agenda.
And I get that and I support that. I'm talking about fiscal year 2026, okay? When this new budget comes out and what we do after post-construction. I mean, I want businesses in there. If you want growth in your downtown, you got to start providing incentives. I'm tired of, I'm tired of hearing business owners like, well, what's the incentive for me down here? I mean, here's something that we can do that, that's not going to cost us, hopefully not going to cost us a lot of money. And then in turn, have some growth to where we could collect, even on retail, the back end of that, the 1%, more 1% sales tax receipts.
For how many years,
Well,
Councilman?
I'd go ahead and recommend, I mean,
Indefinitely.
I support that. I mean, if we could get the numbers on Main and Pike from Monticello to Chestnut, I think that would be a good range. It's a little bit different than the Central Business District, but I think that's a good area I think we could focus upon. And I agree. I think depending on what that number is, I think I'd support waiving the B&O and I think it rewards the property or the business owners that have stuck through the construction and
Is that including Glen Elk, Councilman?
Now I said Main and Pike, so Monticello and Chestnut.
And I'm not against it. We have to have numbers.
That's what I'm saying.
I know you said that. I'm saying I worry about saying anything without the numbers, and if we don't have a ballpark, like it's.
Well, that's what I'm requesting then. So here at the beginning of the year, let's have another work session and get those numbers before budget time.
And,
Is that a difficult request? I don't think it is.
And I would just like to say, in response to Councilman Howell, you said that, we've been talking about policing for 30 years. It's time to stop talking about it and be about it.
Well, okay,
it's time to get these things done because public safety should be our number one priority. And if people don't feel safe in our downtown, it doesn't matter how many businesses we line up and down the
But
street.
Chief, did you not just say? Did you not say the homeless is not the issue? The vagrants aren't the issue. The riffraff, whatever you want to term it. That it's
There's a lot of issues,
right.
but I can't arrest somebody for being homeless.
Exactly.
Being a vagrant, because they don't look the part that everybody wants to be.
That's right.
If they're mentally ill, I can't arrest them. Technically, it's not proper for me to go and tell them to get off the street. I'm sorry, I can't do that. It's a violation of
Civil rights.
people's civil rights.
And I'm not asking them to be arrested. I'm just asking them to be, and I'm not asking
Removed?
you. No, listen to me. No, don't put words in my mouth. Don't say this is no. So I'm not asking any more of what our department is right now. I'm asking us to come up with a creative idea. Do we have more consistently by not taking away what you have right now? But when you're walking down the street, I'm not saying arrest them. I'm saying the people, like if I'm walking down the street with my son, that I will feel more comfortable if I see an officer. It doesn't. I will talk to the homeless myself. I will talk. I'm not worried about that. But you're more comfortable when you also see a police officer. I'm not asking you to arrest them, to get rid of them. I'm not asking that at all. I'm just saying.
I can guarantee you, from 8 in the morning to 4 o'clock. Now, if you want me to put a policeman downtown on Main Street from 6 in the evening till midnight, I'll do that.
But I don't want
I
to do.
don't think that's the proper use of a policeman at that time of hour.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't want to take away from what we have now. I want to come up with a creative idea, whether it's part-time officers like they have at the courthouse. If there's police officers out there that
They
be.
don't have arrest warrants.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of having a police officer just walk laps around the block as much as it is if we have an officer and he comes through town why can't he park his cruiser and just take a little walk through town, walk over by the library? You know, if he just takes a lap around and then gets back in his cruiser and then goes off to wherever he's going, just the presence, you know, and it's not always about just the homeless, because we got other individuals, you know, we got individuals who are in town doing nefarious things that, you know, if the police presence, and not just downtown, we have to take into consideration, we have more citizens than just downtown. So, you know, individuals out in the community, you know, I can remember when there used to be a police officer over in Laurel Lanes, go over there, float around for a little bit, back in the cruiser, off and move around.
Go back 20 years to now. When's the last time you went to a neighborhood, seen a bunch of people playing ball at the park?
Well, we're working on getting the ballparks back up, and I'd like to see people back on the ball courts. What's that?
It doesn't happen like, you go to a neighborhood now, there's not people out playing in the streets, playing in the parks. They're in the house playing video games. I mean, but when the weather gets clear and the neighborhoods with people out, that'll be taken care of. All right, the people will take care of it.
So you said that officers at the courthouse, they can't arrest, but they still can enforce. They still hold, they carry a weapon and they're able to, yeah.
I don't know why.
Intimidation.
I mean, I want to find out, but I mean, but they're a presence though, and they're a presence of enforcement, even if they can't arrest.
And what happens when they need something they can't do? They call us.
Oh yeah, I know.
We go over.
Well, I know that, and that's what I'm saying. At that point, if it comes to that point, then
Responding over there for their security.
but I'm saying these officers, even though they can't arrest, if they to the general public, they will still feel safer, even if they don't know that officer can arrest or not. That he is there as an enforcement, or she is there as an enforcement or a presence, but not taking away from your force, doing what you guys are doing right now. It's not what I'm asking at all.
I mean, if council wants me to hire a retired policeman to do that.
I mean, is there incentives, like as a retired officer for, I mean, what draws them to that job over there? All right. I'm just trying to think of creative ways. I mean, it is an issue, the consistency downtown, and I'm not blaming our police department because you guys have to go all over the place.
I'll have it be
Well, I said I don't want that. I mean, I'll go out there with you, but I
Can we
feel
move
bad
on,
now.
please? Number 4, discussion regarding,
Motion to adjourn.
we got a motion to adjourn in a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.